Hello, hello, guys. Might do so back game. For me to Hades anyway. Not like I can do much else. And it's pretty good against their comp anyway, so probably just you and Gasopik.
Select your god.
I could even rush a Divine Ruin if I want to be really annoying against Hades. We'll see though, it could be a Hades mid. Feels like that happens pretty rarely though.
Sobek.
Yeah, I actually have no idea. I would expect it to be Hades solo, but I could see it being Cupid as well. But I think the on-her guy is usually an ADC player. I'll do Sunder game. Why not? Just be annoying. I feel like I'm favoring Sunder a lot more in ranked lately. Now that Guardians are a bit more back.
Hi, party people. Hi.
I don't know if I'm going to start on it though, but I might have to. My jungler isn't here. And I would imagine that their jungler probably starts on blue. If I had to guess. Actually, maybe I just invade. Maybe that's the play. That's only if they're doing the blue start, though. If not, I should still be fine in lane.
On my way.
Yeah, it's gonna be Hades solo. That's good. That's kind of why I picked Zobek in the first place.
Hi, party people. Thanks.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. First blood.
Just do his blue as well. I do have my Sunter still, so.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Be careful, right?
An enemy has been slain.
Be careful, right? Don't sweat it.
Hello, Momo.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing middle.
Unhorn, no bids. But you're level 3, I don't know what you're doing there.
An ally has been slain. Enemy ultimate down. An ally has been slain.
Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Let's take a blink.
Party is off the hook.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Missing left.
On my way. Save yourself.
Go get level 5, man. Go get level 5.
Gank middle lane.
Not the best.
Let's back off. Get mystical mail. Yeah, so I have all my pots left. It's not a bad thing necessarily. I can sell them and buy something else a bit earlier, but could also just play even more aggressive. But I doubt it's gonna happen against Hades.
On my way.
Let's do one button.
Enemy missing
Gank
left.
right lane. Enemy missing middle. An enemy has been slain.
Go to base, Danza.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful. Double kill. Enemy ultimate incoming.
But I said that. Do you hear me? Okay. Like he's coming. That's why I said leave. Okay, whatever. I'm trolling.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Gank left
Enemies
lane.
in the right jungle. Be careful. Help left lane.
On my way.
An ally has been slain. Ultimate down. Attack. Champion.
Damn, Zeus is really far behind. That's crazy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming right. Complete.
I thought I saw Hades for some reason. Whatever.
Good luck.
Cheers! Those moves are worth
Careful, right.
celebrating.
Enemy missing. Good luck. Bye.
Enemy missing! Sweat it!
Quiet.
Settle down, guys!
Umbat gank Cupid, he has no beats. Zeus, can you please leave mid? Thanks.
Killing spree. Slain an enemy.
Consumes all.
Yes. Bye.
Quiet.
Thanks. Okay. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Not a great start to end with, or start with. People are just so mad. Hey, chill the fuck out.
Be careful, right.
Enemy spotted!
Quiet. Quiet.
Thanks.
And why is Zeus here?
Defend middle lane.
Good game.
Middle lane. Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies under
Zeus is definitely not supposed to be in this game. That is a wildly weird gank. Like, you're level 9, buddy. Like, he's so far behind. He's 3 levels behind his own opponent. If anything, what you need is your own waves. Killing Hades here wouldn't be worth it for him.
Has been slain.
You get nothing out of that shit.
An enemy has been
Nice kill, still you fucking.
An ally has been slain.
That fucking sucks. Was that Shell? Yeah, it fucking was, man.
The pirate. Your left tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy.
Oh yeah, you're killing it.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
It's good that he killed Hades, but I don't know why he's here again.
Bye.
Animal, fucking animal, dog animal, fucking retard, fucking stupid motherfucker monkey. Zero jungle, zero jungle, zero jungle, zero, 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 zero.
Bro, be
I'm
quiet,
gonna-
man. I'm streaming. You can't say those words.
I don't give a fuck, man. Mute me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Rampage. Your middle tower has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Consumes.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's fucking Minotaur, man.
Team has destroyed the pyromancer.
He just always goes to the tower. Denying me gold. I'll see if I can get this tower. Screw it.
Okay.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing middle. Retreat right lane. Quiet. Enemy missing left.
Okay, 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 okay.
An ally has been slain.
Your strength fades.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Gank.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
On my way. The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your left tower is under attack. Unstoppable.
Well, that sucks. Not really much I can do about it now, I think.
Enemy ultimate down.
is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Okay, I just got silenced and shit. No, I think this is over, because legitimately think we actually would have had a chance if people just didn't try and flame each other and just start trolling a bit.
Has arrived.
But whatever. Just at this point, apparently, we need 5 people or 4 people in my lane to just take my fucking tier 1. And they're just gonna do fire and probably end it. So the faster we get out of this game, the better, I think. These types of games are the worst. I hate when just enemies just start being childish and stupid and they just hate each other and now they don't want to team play as a result of it. It's so boring. Luckily it happens pretty rarely, I feel like, but at least for me. It just sucks because they're all good players, so I don't know the suits though. But like the rest of them I've been in a bunch of games with, they're not bad. And I don't think like mechanical skill is the most important thing. Just team play is the most important thing, especially in the current meta. We'll make the right call to win the game, it's that simple. Obviously mechanical skill also matters a lot, but like one person can't carry by themselves. You do kind of need someone to like help you out at times, but
Retreat! Enemy ultimate incoming! Enemy ultimate incoming!
Don't sweat it.
maybe I can get a Warhorn actually before stuff happens.
Incoming retreat! Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Attack middle lane.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Shut down.
Oh, big.
Double kill. Your right tower is under attack. Attack right lane. Thanks. Attack the Gold Fury. Attack. Group up.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate down. Ultimate down.
That could have been pretty bad. Like, plugging Hades is definitely a bit risky. I was hoping that we had more people to follow up on it, but it was kind of just Cabrakan that ran towards him. Like, I get a plug, we get a potential Danta 2 or something like that into it, then it's good, but I'm not sure Danta was around at the time. So, might have been a bad play for me. Still worked out though.
Retreat middle lane.
Quiet.
You're level 16, you fucking animal, you're not gonna kill him.
Quiet.
Enemies in the left jungle. Be careful.
Be careful left. No problem.
Just sell this shit now. It's actually just a waste of space.
Enemy missing right.
Retreat. Enemy ultimate down. Complete. Retreat middle lanes. Five.
Nice.
Retreat!
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Attack right there! Cancel that!
On my way! No problem. Ultimate is ready!
I will ward!
We have pretty good late game as well with Zeus, as well as Hunbots. I do fear their late game a bit more though. Hades will just transition better than me as Sobek.
Be careful left.
Why?
We need more.
Lead it. Why?
Before me.
Follow me! Follow me! An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Down. Double kill on me. Shut down.
Might still be able to fight this.
Attack fire giant.
Right back. Be careful.
All these walls.
Party is over. On my way.
Completed.
Attack fire giant. On my way. Ultimate
Return
is
to
ready.
base.
Yeah, we can back as well first, I guess. We're gonna have much less chance to actually get fire now, though. I think we could have done fire, but whatever. Would definitely have been risky.
Great bar, set up an ambush. Here.
They have no beads. Loki doesn't have beads. Cupid, I don't think has beads as well.
On my way.
Ward. Here.
Okay, they really hurt.
Killing spree. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Double kill. Shut down. Your right tower is under attack. Be careful.
It's unfortunate that we ended up losing 2 there in the end. That was a really good fight.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Group up.
Just get started here. I'm actually not that tanky at all. I might die in a single freeze, so I need to be really careful. Like with Lifebinder and Divine, I only have like 2 actual tank items.
On my way.
Be careful. Enemy missing left.
On my way.
I'll defend left line.
Yes.
Enemy ultimate down!
Could be really big. Oh. Damn, that chain lightning didn't chain to anyone? That's so terrible, man. What the fuck is the range on that shit?
Attack. Okay. An ally has been slain. Retreat.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
The email walls are fucking us heavily though, like real badly.
An ally has been slain.
On my way.
Oh, now he didn't get caught, huh?
No problem. Group up.
Gank right lane!
Cancel that. Defend.
He's gonna be probably no reason to try and argue with him. Like he would have 1000% died.
Mr. Solo, do you hear me? Because I'm tired of typing.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, dude, but we probably shouldn't argue right now. I'd rather focus on the game.
No, we're not arguing. Game is already over. But go kill someone with wombats. Don't kill me.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
Oh well, the fucking Ymir is just literally carrying the game for them, to be honest. It's so hard for me to do anything or kill any carry with shell and freezes and shit.
Enemy missing. Your left tower is under attack.
But no, like,
Your left tower.
like this Cabrakan is just... He's one of those people who cannot accept a single mistake from himself. Like, he just won't admit that he made a single mistake. I hate that stuff. What's the point? You're never gonna improve on yourself if you always think you made the right call. Sometimes just own the mistake that you did and think you're gonna, like, just tell yourself you're gonna do better next time. Like, what's the point? He literally did get caught. No matter what he says, that is exactly what happened. He got frozen by Ymir in the bush. He almost died. I tried to save him. Or I did save him with my 2, as well as, I guess them just focusing on me instead after I used my 2. And that's literally it. I died for that. If he didn't get caught there, we wouldn't have been in the position we were in.
Defeat.
It's literally just what happened. Still though, I mean, I think it would have been really hard either way. Like Cupid was super fed, and I think the late game combo is way better than ours. And like Ymir Walls was super strong for them in this game. Like we don't have anyone except for bots that can get past them, and me with my ult. So it was tough. It was gonna be a really hard game either way. This was a fast queue. Yeah, I hate being first pick because I don't know what to ban these days. The meta has changed a little bit with the last patch. I guess Afro is still a ban. I'll do that. I don't see people banning Bari much, but she might have been banned last game. I'm actually not too sure about that. Okay, people still ban Bari. Wheelix is definitely good. I might ban a Wheelix. We'll just do that.
Select your god.
I'm not really sure what to pick, to be honest. I'll do a Thor game. I feel like solo has gotten harder in this patch because so many times now I feel like I just meet Cabrakan or Sobek, and if you pick anything squishy into that, I feel like you just lose automatically. They're so hard to deal with because they just run at you and you can't really stop it. They're super tanky. And they're just really good against a lot of shit. Like, even if I wanted to play something like Morrigan, who is also, I would say, very good in solo, I think it's a lot harder to do now against those two, especially Sobek, I think, for Mori. I think anything that really disrupts a lot, I think, is good against Mori. Just throw her around. And yeah, there it is. I mean, I would even say into Thor. I think Sobek is better than Thor, at least in lane. He's just too good at keeping his distance. Oh, we really went Chuck mid now. Great. I love that so much. That is so bad. Dude, why did we go Chuck mid? We don't have any magic damage now, as well as Chuck just, like, it's gonna be full damage Chuck, right? And it's terrible with the amount of items you get now. If you get late game, sure, it's still good, but that takes a while. And he's against the blocks. It's a Sir Yeto Sobek though. Interesting. I'm not sure what I'll start with in this game. Itemization wise. Being against magic is always annoying, I feel like. Definitely need beats this game.
Drinking is for the halls.
Let's see though. I don't see... I actually haven't seen any of the enemy team play much lately. Like blocks I haven't seen in a long time. I saw Sir Yeto recently, but I know he's been a bit out of the loop. But for now, I think I'll take a team where my team just don't argue with each other the whole game. That would help. Also, I can already feel that this is not a good server for me. Just pressing things takes a little half a second to
Hi, I guess.
yeah, I guess to activate or whatever.
Yay! So much enthusiasm.
I felt it when I bought pots as well. Or when I leveled an ability. But so far Thor has been pretty playable with high ping. On her was not. If people watched my stream yesterday, last night, on her was straight up unplayable. That was so unfun. On whatever ping I had there, but Thor so far has been decent. It's only the hammer that feels like absolute trash.
Curses. Minions have spawned.
It's usually easier to tell with ADCs though, or just range characters, because you can just tell how far behind the auto is from the animation. Can't really see it very well on melees.
One strike is all I need.
That's too bad.
He does not have a lot of pots.
No problem. Good job.
That was a bit awkward.
Your middle tower is under attack. Attack! Behind us! Enemy missing middle. Cancel that. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, fuck it.
Have slain an enemy. Sorry. Your right tower is under attack.
You've got style. Cancel that. Almost as much as me.
Lost the wave, but I'll take a kill, since I did get it. Didn't actually mean to though.
Be right back.
This does mean I'm a bit behind in XP. Not by much though, it seems.
On my way.
Well, I aimed it fast.
Have slain an enemy.
For me.
You've got
Sobek's so cute. I want to be good at playing him, but I think it's difficult to play him right. He's probably one of the most simple gods, I would say, but I think a lot of how to play Sobek is about positioning, and that part can obviously be a bit more difficult.
Your middle tower is under attack.
But I think the god itself is very simple. Like, it's pretty straightforward. You have your 1 as the plug, you have the 2 as the zoning tool, and for some damage. You have your 3 for healing as well as poking. And your ultimate for execution or getting away. You know, so it's... Compared to someone like Aladdin or... I would say probably even Thor, like... It's definitely more complicated gods out there than Sobek. It also depends on where you play him, of course. Like in solo, I would say he's easier to play than in support, probably. But he is very good in support as well.
Retreat! Cancel that.
No problem.
What is he building? I'm not sure. I think it's looking like it's gonna be a mystical mill eventually, but...
On my way.
An enemy has
No
been
problem.
slain.
Style. Almost as much as me.
Not the grab beats. Have those double beats.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Help right lane.
That's so unfortunate that Bot's ult actually ended up getting the buff. It's the only reason why we ended up losing that trade too. Because if I had blue buff, I could probably go back in. I would get some mana back.
Your right tower
Wasn't
is
looking
under
that bad of a
attack.
fight. They were getting pretty poked. I lost the full wave for this too. That's a really bad trade for me overall.
Careful right.
I'm more comfortable with long range basics. So you go for God that has that. Yeah, that's fair. You do, I do understand like a new player would feel a lot more safe with ranged characters. That makes sense. There's just not a lot of Guardians that have that just yet. Like Sobek as a Guardian, he doesn't really have that luxury just yet. Or, well, he will never have that luxury, but some Guardians do. You have gods like... Well, Hades isn't exactly a Guardian, but you can probably play him as a Guardian in some lower reload games, for sure. There's also gods like Charon, who is not out yet, who has ranged autos as an actual Guardian. And like Aphrodite and stuff like that, if you're talking about supports and potential soul laners. There's a bunch of soul laners that has a long range autos, at least.
Killing spree.
It's just a little greedy, my friends.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy spotted. An enemy has been slain. Attack! 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 That's too bad. Out of mana. No problem. Your left tower is under attack.
Hammering over walls is so hard when the ping is high. It just doesn't register half the time when I fucking press it. It's so annoying.
Balance is over.
I have to make sure it's not like fat walls. Needs to be a lot of room for me to TP.
Your left tower is under attack.
Gate left lane. No problem. Ultimate is ready.
What am I looking at? What am I looking at?
Attack!
We'll grab Phoenix Shield. Could do Berserkers as well. I still kind of do like the auto attack based Thor builds a bit. But like at least if you're not doing it, I like throwing in a Berserkers just a little bit. I mean it makes sense with the aspect.
On my way. Shut down. Killing spree.
No, I suck ass.
Killing spree.
Woohoo! Yay! So much enthusiasm.
I'm gonna lose a full wave again, but
Your right tower is under attack.
did get a kill again, so not the worst, but it does suck having so much wasted XP on the map.
One. Ultimate is down. Yes.
Just managed to play Afra decent little support, but I'm not good in that role yet. But it's getting there. Most comfortable with Neith Nua, so many Nua Auth and Sol on mid. Yeah, Nua is definitely also kind of like notoriously, like, you know, easy to play. Like a lot of the higher level people will always make fun of the higher level people that do play Nua for that reason as well.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
But you can definitely be good at it too. But it's a bit of a meme up here.
Sorry.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, I need to stop dealing with Sobek now. I don't think I can anymore.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Woohoo! Yay! So much enthusiasm.
No problem.
Let's just proxy a bit, see if I can go take his backs if they're still up. What's this green dot? You guys see that? The fuck is that? I'll mention again in case people also didn't hear me say it last night, at least for the few small, like, regular viewers I do have. Obviously, I very much appreciate you, but as it stands right now, I do have, like, an actual team. So potentially scrims might be coming up here and there, meaning there will be less streaming, because I will have to spend the time scrimming instead of streaming. And I'm not really big on, like, streaming scrims and all that stuff, because I need to be talking with people. So, but it won't be that much. Like, it's not like I'll be scrimming every day and shit like that. I can't be asked to do that shit anymore. I'm too old for that. That being said, it will probably happen here and there. So I'm just letting you know that streams might not be happening as much, depending on how scrims look. Damn, someone did all the back cams. And more.
On my way. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Cancel that.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Heaven, protect me.
I mean, we're just going way too deep here. We should not be in here. We kind of got baited by Bracken going in there.
Slain.
So, but oh well. We got 1 kill, and that was big. Just see if they keep chasing. Yeah, they are. That sucks.
Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's also not really worth it for so big of all things. Like, he's gonna be one of the people on the, or like gods in that team who's gonna be the least useful going into late game. Not really worth coming that deep for him. Like, for Neith or Artemis, sure.
Gank left lane.
On my way.
But
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing right.
it's gonna take everything here before I'm back. And hello, Nate.
The enemy team
Good to
has
see you.
destroyed the pyramid.
On my way.
Though, to be real with you, from the conversation from before, what really makes me not want to stream the most is because I keep getting the bad servers. Because generally, when I do one game like this right now, and I get a bad server, I'm just like, I would rather just go play something else. I don't know why it's so weird for me, specifically. It feels like no one else is having this problem, so clearly, it's something on my end, and I don't understand. It was never this bad, and it only started happening like months and months after the alpha had already been out in Smite 2. So there's like a specific update that added like some new servers, is my guess. They just added a bunch of new servers, and a lot of those servers are simply just badly located for me. But it sucks, and I hate it. Because I really do enjoy Smite 2. But I'm fucking in.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I'm running.
Ultimate is down.
Absolutely saved by Aaron died. Damn, they did so much more damage to me than I expected for some reason. Just Kins and Braggies, I guess.
An ally has been slain. Triple kill! Killing spree!
Oh, that knock up. That sucks. How did that even go so bad? Like, what happened? I feel like this fight was good for us, but they used everything on me in the very beginning. had constant stutters while playing, but in Smite 2 is more rare. You mean like Smite 1 you had more?
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Like in Smite 2, I very rarely had bad servers, but it did happen at times. It feels like it's incredibly frequent in Smite 2. Like, I might as well just be playing fucking NA at this point. For all I know, I might have better fucking ping, but right now I can't really test it, because there is no ping counter in the fucking game, and I cannot believe there is still not a ping counter in the game, Hi-Res. It would be nice for there to be one. Like, even when I'm on a bad server here, I would really like to know if it's 100 ping or if it's 150 ping, you know? Like, there's a massive difference, and I feel like I can actually respond to it a bit better if I know what I'm dealing with. Like, this one right now is not as bad at all when it comes to the one I had yesterday when I was playing Thor. The one I had yesterday playing Thor was terrible, and it was very, very visually apparent. A lot more than this one.
Okay.
I don't know why he took my blue, that's so fucking weird.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been
spotted.
slain.
Attack fire!
Your
giant.
left tower is under
Enemy
attack.
spotted! Help! Retreat! Left flank!
Your left tower is under attack.
Help! 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 Help!
There's no running from me. Heavens, protect me.
Your team has destroyed the fire. You have been slain.
Back down!
Okay. I think she blinked, right? She must have.
No running from me.
Take it out is still good.
Your end comes
Oh.
quickly.
Dude, I feel like I need so much more. I just realized why I went beast because I was against Sopek. I don't even need that much magic protection. No wonder they're all shitting on me with the fucking damage. It's fucking pure physical. Fucking 2 disease. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He should have so been dead there.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under
Cancel
attack.
that.
Oh well. Heard in Time Talks with people asking for them to remove Combat Blink. I kind of like where Combat Blink is at now, to be honest. Like, it's definitely something that can easily get you out of a sticky situation, but it has a long ass fuck cooldown. I do think the trade is worth it at the moment. Like, getting beats or ages has much lower cooldowns, but isn't as, like,
Attack the Gold Fury.
out of, like, free out of jail card type of thing. Personally, I think it's fine. And that comes from someone who actually hates Combat Blink.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Like, legitimately. I think it's... I hate it.
There's no running from me.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Cancel that! Attack the Gold Fury! Oops! Attack fire! Giant!
An ally has been slain.
Double kill!
Nowhere to hide.
I wish I could just help more.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
So we did get out. But that's super awkward.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
At last.
Ultimate is ready. Attack!
Fucking hell, this CC! What a shit fight into a really good fight. Just both teams over chasing like absolute idiots.
Tower is under attack. Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Smite them. Your end comes swiftly.
Enemy ultimate down. I'll feel that in the morning. Retreat. That should help.
Should add no combat blink with less CD. I just don't know about blink in general. I think blink was too powerful. Too many gods ended up relying on it, so they built a game around it too, and I don't think that's a good idea. I think they wanted to go to combat blink because blink was so dominant. Like you almost had to go blink on everything. I didn't like that. I thought it was taken over a bit too much, personally. I think combat blink is just a better alternative. Okay. Are we going in, boys? Am I crazy? Like, this seems like a free fight, and Neath was inside the wall, too. I don't know what happened in the back, but that felt like the freest fight with Neath being stuck in the wall. But I'm also still very surprised of how much damage I'm taking to these two ADCs. Definitely cannot get this online faster. Also, I need to turn on some light. It's kind of hurting my eyes sitting in the dark as I am right now.
One strike is all I need. There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain. Ha! Let's settle this with style. My style.
Alright, I can see. I also don't think they should just overload the game with too many relics. That's another side to it. Like, customization is good, but especially when it comes to stuff like relics, there will always be dominant ones. And not too much of the same stuff either. But yeah, at least my general opinion on this, just that I think Combat Blink as it is right now is fine. See, both of us forgot that he can just jump.
On my way.
Your end comes.
Well, I do not know why Honor jumped over like that. Wish there was any follow-up on that, but whatever.
Holy arrow. Heaven protect me.
Oh my god, I'm just body blocked.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Shut down.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Defend left lane. Left lane.
Destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Smite them. Your end comes swiftly.
Wild, she caught my hammer. Didn't realize she was that close.
Retreat. Left lane.
Enemy ultimate down!
Defend the fire giant.
Yes! Help! Help!
On my way.
They have 2 ADCs. You gotta go in now, Mr. Cabracken. Oh, they're not in on it. Okay, well, never mind. Guess they're just doing on the roll then.
Retreat.
Heaven protect me.
I'm just stuck in my own wall. That's crazy. I mean, okay, never mind. I was about to say, I feel like if Artemis is allowed to just sit on auto me, blink and ult me, someone is not doing something. Someone is chilling. But looks like this is going bad anyway, because like, somehow Sopik is just running this game.
Has been slain.
I'm not really sure. What is on her building here? Oh, you should have enough damage to kill. I'm not really sure. It just feels like Sopik is being ignored in these fights. But actually, now that I think about it, yeah, never mind. It is also the fact that... Oh, damn. He hit the Pyro and got killed by Pyro. We do have a lot of physic damage. I forgot about that. That's kind of why Sopik is running this one.
Judgment is my domain.
The thing is, though, every time we talk about Combat Blink versus normal Blink, I always get traumatized thinking about the meta where literally everyone in the game had Blink. Just normal Blink. Because it's that good. If you know you're about to get ganked, blink away. Doesn't matter, the cooldown is not that long. If you need a quick initiate, like you have Chalk, you have Gep, whatever the hell, you always go Blink. You know, it's just everyone, just Blink was too good. No matter what you did, like it was just always really, really, really good. I think Combat Blink is better because it's a much higher punishment for using it, or like higher reward, not punishment. It's a high risk, high reward thing.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
And I think that makes a lot more sense. Blink needs to be like that.
On my way.
Oh, he's just dead again.
An ally has been slain.
You did good. You did good.
Retreat! Enemy spotted.
They're just chasing us so hard. We can't really kill their tanks now that Onher is dead, so... It's also partly why I'm gonna go Kins here.
Defend left lane. Defend left lane.
I'll defend left lane. No problem.
You did good.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Still pretty high health.
Attack.
This isn't really good anymore.
Double kill.
I got one at least, but... Oh, that's not good attack speed on her. Oh, dude, no! No, the one thing you shouldn't have done. We need your damage so badly, man. Oh, he also doesn't have the Kins Braggis build. This does suck. We really need Honor to do more damage than this. He's the main way for us to really kill their front line.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Actually, she's building Kins now. She doesn't even have it either, our Nemesis. Maybe then we can start killing their tanks, because my god, they're not dying. Dude, Honor needs to stop jumping in.
Justice was served. By me, naturally.
There's no running from me.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Take flight. Retreat.
Dude, why is Honor frontlining? Dude, there's no way. And there's no way I turned around and looked at Honor frontlining. This, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I also pressed the wrong button.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle field is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
They don't really poke though. Maybe they can hold. Like the anti-sieging Chalk is able to do a lot here, so that's good.
Your right tower is under attack.
only thing I'm very confused about is how they haven't done fire yet.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Bots is so out of position.
Need healing. Enemies have returned to base. Be careful. I'll defend left lane.
Thanks.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Defend left lane. Defend left lane.
Retreat.
I would definitely feel a bit more confident. It's very playable for me, but I do still have an unnecessary amount of ping here. So. That sucks. Dude, is this... Why does this... Oh, dude, it's up, but it's just bugged. It's visual glitched. No, man. That's on me. I'll take that stupid death on me. I have too many buttons too, man. I have all my fucking actives available to me here. It's too many buttons. That's good. Oh, it's so unfortunate him running into the two ADCs.
Killing spree. Beware the shield. An ally has been slain. Deicide. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
Like that was a really bad fight for me, but I do wish On Her was more present in this game, because I actually think this game was just in our hands for the majority of it. Oh, the beats active has been a bug for a while. I see.
Defeat.
Unfortunate. Dude, I'm just on a losing streak now. I am out of deity again. Honor did the least damage in our team. That is definitely not great. Yeah, so we felt it a lot. Yeah, it definitely sucks. That was the first for me, I guess. I don't think I've seen that before, and that actually got me killed. I thought it was on cooldown. Yeah, I get you, Nate. I get you. I also probably shouldn't have gone Kins after all. If anything, I should maybe have sold something. Maybe I should even have sold Beats item, honestly. But they had a lot of CC. They definitely had a very, very high CC comp. It was hard to play a frontline there. And me and Nemesis often didn't really go in together, which was a mistake. But it also doesn't help that somehow Sobek or Gep is always turning on me too. Because they just can't be killed in the front. Yeah, because Honor wasn't really damaging them. Very, very weird game. But how I wish I wasn't on high ping in this one as well. I doubt it would have made a huge difference if I wasn't lagging anyway, but I think I could have killed at least one of the backliners a bit more consistently if I didn't. Yeah, it was hard to build that game, but even so. I actually thought my build was fine. Like, I think I'm blaming the wrong thing here. Damn. Rank 9 Sobek. Moving up in the world. You're right, I should have gone mental. That actually would have been much better. I don't know how we lose that. Yeah, we lost because Honor just... it's just, the build was very strange. I don't know, can you even see builds on this? Like, I was lagging, that's part of the reason. I was having a really hard time hitting shit in this game, because I just had high ping. But I think Honor doing the least damage in this one, in a 40-something minute game, is... yeah, it should not happen. This game was mentally challenging for sure. Yeah, it was a game. I just wish I wasn't lagging. It was sad. We're just memeing Soyeto. We meme on Nua players, Sobek players, Yemoja players. And Sobek is just one of the nasty ones. Yes, Nate, we all hate Yemoja. You know it. Everyone hates her. My mother called me from the grave and told me she hates her. Everyone. Artemis Neath was definitely hard to deal with as well, as if anyone who had to go on them. I will say though, I think Neath in general is very easy for Thor to deal with, and a lot of the times I walled her off after she backflipped and we still didn't kill her. It was really weird. Like, I just wish we had more presence from our backline, from specifically the on her to kill their front line, because their backline just felt so easy to kill. They were just very often in positions where they just walled off, but there was just no damage coming onto them. Well, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, you're pumping on Chalk. I do think, though, we definitely missed magic damage in this game. Because one of the reasons why Sobek, as well as Gep, had such big presences was because we didn't have any magic damage. We needed a mage so badly in this one. And I don't mind people picking stuff like Chalk for a bit and stuff. I just prefer to know, because then I can pick a mage or whatever. Or something magic. We definitely ended up making it very easy for their front lines to build. Like, Sobek just built full physical defense, and we couldn't really damage him as a result of it. I mean, I think on her was a problem as well, but all I'm saying is, Sobek had full, like, even if, like, the only way Honor could have built to counteract what he did is go for the Kin's Braggy's build. Because then you just do percentage and yellow numbers damage instead, but Honor went crit. Obviously, I think that's a bad idea. He also went for Magi's Blessing, which was also a bad idea, because that's not going to save you from dying more. CC wasn't the issue for you necessarily, it's the fact that you also jumped in. Biggest issue in that game, I think, was obviously the Honor, but it wasn't the only issue in that game. I'm a big believer of never going for a single type of damage. So like never always go full magic and never always go full physical. Because then we will just end up in a situation where it's, as a solo laner main, it's so great for me if you don't have a specific damage type. Because I can just go full all in on protection items against a specific type of protection. Like if I'm playing Mordred, for example, I will pick Mordred no matter what I'm against if they have full physical. Because all Mordred's best items are full physical. So I can just build all his best items as like 5 full protection items, and I will be fucking unkillable. Especially in this meta where you barely get any fucking items. I'll take that trade any day. Cabrakan Cutting seems kind of cursed for me to deal with as Artemis, to be honest, but we'll see how it goes. But anyway, like I'm not. It's nothing personal against the Honor anyway. Like it's whatever. Sometimes people have bad games. Sometimes they're confused about what they're supposed to be doing as well. Like it's whatever. You deal with all kinds of people. Like there's no reason to get mad at them for it. That being said, some people can still be very, very annoying about it. But if they aren't saying anything stupid as a result of it, like it's whatever. Like Honor didn't say anything. Like he probably knew he was doing badly. Maybe who knows. I don't want to blame someone for a game like that. I think I need to go Aegis this game, actually. And I'm not lagging. What a great time. Well, I lost 2 games in a row today, and I'm officially out of deity again. So that kind of sucks. I do not know who this VOD Originate. You're gonna have to elaborate. Oh, Raz. I see. Angry himself, yeah. He's mid. So I'm against Cupid. Okay, so actually it's Cupid Cupid Cabrakan. That might actually be worse than Kronos. Can you sell a starter late game? No, you cannot sell starters. We can only upgrade them. They have a slot for themselves, so once you buy one, you just stick with it.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Completed.
Did we just somehow get zoned? Like, what the hell? We lost like 3 creeps. What the fuck happened? I mistimed that.
Attack left flame.
We're so far behind in XP, it's actually crazy. Yeah, no aspect Capri. We lost the big one too. Jesus Christ, dude. Minion waves to do suck ass to deal with.
An enemy has been slain.
On my way.
I'm just gonna stop 3ing, I guess, because otherwise we're just denying ourselves somehow.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Right there is why I win Aegis.
Okay.
I can negate so much damage with that.
Under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I really hope you cannot see the Capri passive. If he was alone, I would go for it.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
That sucks. I thought we could fight that a lot more. We just don't do any damage, I guess. His Cupid healing is just broken.
Your middle tower
Wait, what the
is
hell?
under attack.
Bracken took 0 damage. They just shelled as well.
Your left tower is under attack.
So did we, though.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An enemy has been slain.
Guess I'll just have to sit back and wait until I can 1v1 Cupid. Ah, they took that shit too. This is gonna be a really shitty lane now. Bracken is higher level than me. It's a nightmare. I don't want to sell him, but I feel like I need to right now.
Gank middle lane.
Cancel that. An enemy has been slain. Thanks. Have fun. Killing spree.
I'll just do Kins first, I think.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy.
Alright, you guys have fun in there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I've done my part.
Your right tower is under attack.
Got my buff at least, but
Your middle
probably should have
tower
expected
is under
that Kernos was on his way.
attack. Right tower is under attack.
He's level 13, dude. He is fucking huge. I mean, he does get solo kills in mids.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Double kill.
Oh, that's huge.
Capable. Shut down.
Sucks that I died after we got Cupid. There goes my chance to try and farm him. Or outfarm him. That sucks.
That's too bad. Okay. The Pyromancer has arrived.
That sucks, man.
Double kill.
I don't fucking believe it. At least they're doing really well and right, and that's great. I didn't expect Alma to be there when Cupid went deep. That sucks, man. That was the freest kill of all time.
Slain. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Dude, what's happening in mid, man? Alex! Chill.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know what to do this game, to be honest. I feel like I'm just getting shit on. Not by Cupid, but everyone else around him. Time to ward.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. destroyed the pyro.
It just came up.
Completed. That's too bad. An ally has been slain.
That is good though. I might be able to catch up to Cupid just from that.
On my way. Magic barrier. I'm just getting warmed up.
Slain an enemy.
I was learning so much.
No. Oh well, I did enough damage before I died.
Your right tower is under attack. Double kill. Nice job. You did well.
If only my ult was up, that would have been great. I'm surprised how much damage I honestly got off before I ended up dying. I got a lot of damage out on Kermas.
Your left tower is under attack.
And I did get a really big kill on ammo. That helps. The Artemis 3 is very good. I mean, it's also just a low cooldown as well, for what it does. Like, 9 base without me really having any CDR at all is pretty damn good.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down.
On my way.
I didn't get anything off. I was spamming fucking F for my ages and nothing fucking went off. That's a huge ult.
Double kill.
Because I expected him to dive me. I pressed my ult first. I only did that once, but that didn't go off. I'm guessing because I got silenced by the ammo dash. Then I tried to just press Aegis the whole fucking time, and I'm guessing I was just stunned by Cabrakan. That was so fucking annoying, man. None of that would have been gone as bad if I just got my ult off for the CC immune. It's just not my game. And I don't have lag to play him this time.
Your right tower.
I feel like Artemis is fine. I think the main issue with Artemis is just the nature of her kit. She has a lot of CC currently in Smite 2, where you don't have a whole lot of ways to get CC immunity. So she's just naturally good against a lot of shit. Like, you see the same stuff with Cupid now, against cripples.
Double kill. An ally has been slain. Triple kill. Rampage. missing.
Damn, I bought just enough time. Okay, but you get there in time. Hello, Nectura. Good to see you.
Be careful.
Enemies in left lane. Help!
Guess I'm giving up the tower.
Tower is under attack.
Careful. Ultimate is down.
Enemies incoming.
Be careful.
An ally has been slain.
Curses.
You have been slain.
Enemies have returned to base.
Probably just grab this now. I actually expected him to come. I guess I should have waited.
An ally has been slain. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Attack middle lane. Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing left.
Want to see if I can catch him while he speeds her down?
Completed. Shut down. Ironic.
Guess Gabrakan is coming. I gotta leave.
Bye.
An ally has been slain.
Farewell. You light up my world.
Awesome!
Killing spree. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Get me out! Aw, just kill the walls, man.
Your middle tower is finished. Your left base is under attack.
I really just want to fight where we're all grouped. I think I can kill whatever's in front of me, but... That's huge. We gotta get something out of this. Well, I guess we don't have anyone. That's such a scary place for him to ult.
The enemy team
That's
has
crazy.
destroyed the pyramid. An enemy has been slain. Your titan is under attack.
What if it just... What if the boar hit the target in front of me? That would be great.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack.
Yeah. The boar is definitely weird. It always has been.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I almost feel like they gotta make it some way in the same way as... I don't know. The newer minions? Like you can like soft target something? Maybe that would fix the problem? Oh no, I have no idea.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right phoenix is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Your titan is under attack. Your right phoenix is destroyed. Your right phoenix is under attack. Double kill.
Okay.
Your titan is under attack. The pyro has arrived. An ally has been slain. Triple kill. Rampage.
Damn, I am just on a losing streak today. That's crazy.
Titan is under attack.
It does suck that I met Cabrakan. If it wasn't for the walls, this game wouldn't have been actually somewhat playable for me, I think. What did I main in WoW again? I played a lot of WoW in the past. I usually main Death Knight in WoW. I'm an edgelord usually. For some reason that tickled my fancy. Still not a fan of this build. I mean, its late game is worse now. In terms of damage, it will be worse, but in terms of survivability, like the only thing it's technically even worse at is just objective damage, because you're going with the yellow numbers and Kins that does percentage damage on other gods, but not really on objectives. But in terms of team fighting and stuff, you become way more unkillable. You do still very good damage, and that's kind of it. Like it's just you're doing a lot of damage for being as tanky as you are. Assassins and mages don't just one-shot you, but with a build like this. Only a frost, usually frost. Well, pretty much always frost. I didn't enjoy Unholy as much. But frost has always just, it's been very in and out of metas. So sometimes it was really bad, sometimes it was really good. Usually it was bad. Frost, for the most part, wasn't that good. It came here and there, but... Alright. I'm starting to run out of time a bit here for tonight, but I would really like to get a win in. I'm just on a losing streak now. Like, fuck me, man. I think I'm on a 5-game losing streak. 4, 5. Yeah, 5. What the fuck is this? Why am I getting 3 kills in every one of them? Dude, this is cursed. Something is wrong. Seven deaths, 7 deaths. 3 kills, 3 kills. 3 kills, 3 kills. 8 assists, 8 assists. This is really fucking weird. Dude, what is wrong? Am I cursed? That's gotta be it. There's no other explanation for this. If I could get solo Mr. Natrix, that would be kinda cool, but otherwise I guess I'm playing mid. Alright, well, this is fucking cursed. Mid is the worst role in the current meta, and I'm actually very confident in that. Dude, no, I can't play support.
Select your god.
I don't even know what to play now, to be honest. I'm so worried now that we have Aladdin. Play Anubis. I actually thought about it, but I think I'm against Thor. I think I'll do it anyway. But I'm pretty sure I'm against Thor, which is a very much not fun matchup for the Anubis. I actually thought about it, Vexel. I actually did think about it. But right now I'm on a 5-game losing streak. I feel like this is not the time. And they picked it too, so... What do you mean, so they underestimate me? Everyone in this lobby knows who I am. I don't think that's gonna happen. Psychological? It's alright. I'll play a skin, and then that's why they think I'm a whale. I use all my money on Smite. Play all my gods with no skin. I mean, I don't judge. People do what they want, but
Anubis.
Vexel plays your mojo. He's not an actual human. Oh, it smells like food now. I don't want it to smell like food. It's gonna be distracting. Oh, dude, I can already feel my butt cheeks being abused in this game. Vlad on Awilix, Nika on Thor. This is gonna be a very hard playable game for the Anubis. What do you mean you're GG? You told me to go Anubis! This is on you! Is this a Blink game though? Do I risk it and I just go Blink? What do you mean you did not anticipate the Thor to be Nika? I told you, it's gonna be Nika and Thor. And hello, Wanari. What if I do Warriors X? What if I do Warriors X? Let's not be stupid, actually. I might do Lifebinder, though. This might be a Lifebinder angle.
Be careful in the jungle. Hold your voice.
Be careful, right?
Yeah, fuck it. Oh my god, it smells so much like food and I hate it. Why is it so strong smelling? My neighbors are cooking.
Minions have spawned.
Okay.
That's an interesting form. Here, let me show you how it's done.
The fuck? Why did my first auto go? Because I didn't fucking see it. Oh! Stop! Oh my god. I got the creep at least. Whatever. Worth.
I'm impressed.
Keep it down.
On the bright side, at least I'm not lagging this server. So.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Juke the hammer, otherwise I actually would have been dead right there. I have no more pots though, so this is actually kind of rough for me. He doesn't actually have pots either. He does have ranged poke, well I don't though.
Be careful left.
Don't think he leveled his stun yet.
First blood.
spotted. Be careful, right.
Be careful left. Curses!
Be careful, right.
On my way. Attack! On my way.
Watch your head.
An enemy has been slain.
Their damnation.
That went all right.
My mistake.
I think I'll just start with Bancroft. Try and see if I can just out heal. Yeah, no, I have a lot of respect for Nico, but like obviously, like when I go into a matchup against him, I'm expecting him to be much better than me, but I'm taking that into account, if that makes sense, and I'm trying to play around it. Like I'm trying to not put myself into places where I think he's gonna outplay me, if that makes any sense to you. Because I definitely think he is a lot more mechanically skilled than me.
Okay.
Enemy ultimate down.
So like I'm keeping my distance, but it's not like I don't want to fight, you know?
Be careful, right.
Damn. Actually would have been a kill if he just autoed instead.
Your left tower is under attack.
There was no other way.
An enemy has been slain.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing. Be careful, right.
Okay.
An ally has been slain. Double kill. Your left tower is under attack. Ultimate is down.
Be careful.
On my way.
Ultimate is
Your
ready.
left tower is under
Chase
attack.
the enemy.
Okay.
Okay. Hello there.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
I'm just being a little bit of a bitch at the moment. And I know it.
On my way.
On
Ultimate
my
is
way.
down.
It's so far away. Maybe I can get there in time.
An enemy
Ah,
has
they're
been
winning anyway.
slain.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Double kill.
Glory to
Killing
Athens.
spree.
Attack, attack.
Enemy missing right.
No, he didn't juke.
Yes.
Enemy ultimate down.
Yes. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know if I'll do Typhon. I think it's a bit overkill because he does he does have brawlers. So my lifesteal would be severely reduced. I don't want to go too ham on lifesteal
Okay.
Okay.
because I'm playing a different game in this one.
If I must.
Let's get breastplate. I'm gonna be very low on damage in the beginning of this game, but I also refuse to be camped by a Thor / Awilix.
On my way.
Should that still end up happening.
Wherever there are gods in need. Okay.
Damn. Just came over and yoinked my farm. That's what he did.
Enemy down. Enemy ultimate down.
Just blew up.
Your left tower is under attack.
Guess not.
Set up an ambush here. Follow me.
Killing spree.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Lucky man. That would have been a kill right there.
Gank left lane. Follow me.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way. Enemy ultimate
Enemy
down.
ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Careful, right.
Close. Didn't realize Awilix was there too. I saw Yamoja, not Awilix.
I'll attack.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
No, I'm losing a wave.
Ultimate is
Oh,
ready.
he hasn't even backed yet.
Ultimate is down.
Be careful.
He knows everyone else is gone.
Your right tower is under attack.
Is my blue still up? No.
Enemy missing right.
Complete.
Still though, like it wasn't like if it was a bad trade. Like I didn't die for nothing. I got the tower at least. Pretty early in the game. So I'll take that. Some good global gold.
An enemy has been slain.
That's a problem.
Ultimate is down. Falling back from middle.
I honestly completely forgot he had Sunder. He shouldn't have won that trade. Sunder came in as the usual piece of shit that it is. Actually, give me that instead.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
That was a fun trade though. That was a fun little fight.
Attack.
You can dive if you want.
May your battles be glorious.
Nah, it's free kill. It's free kill with dive.
Behind us.
What are you doing, bro? Like, for real?
An ally has been slain.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing right.
Follow me.
Double kill. Your left tower is under attack.
This fucking Wheelix, man. It sucks. How boring, man. How fucking boring that she shows up there. I wanted the 1v1.
The Gold Fury.
Even if I ended up losing it.
Stand your ground.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Your things are revealed.
It's a big miss. I think he gets him anyway, but...
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Double kill.
Enemy missing right.
Rampage. Divine.
On
Your
my
right
word.
tower is under attack.
Hold on, Aladdin. Hold on.
Your right tower is under attack. Double kill.
Welcomes me.
Enemy spotted. Grasp of death.
Ultimate is down.
The healing. The little bit of healing in with Brawlers saved me.
Goodbye.
I honestly don't even know what to buy here. Maybe I'll just get an early rod. I do need pen. Maybe that's what I buy instead, actually. Maybe I go for Totem. Yeah, I got 3 kills. Hell yeah, boys. I'm back. I mean, despite my score, like... I actually think this game's been pretty well played, honestly. I gotta play this so much worse.
Has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
But also, Wheelix hasn't camped me as much as I definitely would have expected she would. Like, with a Thora in lane, he's gonna struggle a bit by himself. but like with a Wheelix there, I don't feel like I would have stood a single chance. That's why I went breastplate. But realistically, I didn't even need to go breastplate.
Attack fire, giant.
On my way.
Enemy missing. Be careful left. Pummel them.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Goodbye.
Enemy missing right.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack.
Cancel that.
Your left tower
Retreat.
has been destroyed.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate down.
Goodbye.
I'll attack. Be careful, middle.
Be careful.
On my way.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Careful, middle. Good luck.
On my way.
Double kill. Immortal. Triple kill.
The Gold Fury.
Be careful. Enemy missing.
Yes. Hello there. Hello there.
What? You can't say hell? Oh man. I don't know what the fuck Cupid was doing that whole time.
Enemies in fight to the fullest.
No problem.
Retreat. Okay.
Hold tap. Aladdin has divine.
Your team has destroyed the
And I don't really think, because I went breastplate, I can't. I don't think I can go divine here. Actually, maybe I will. We'll see.
Attack fire giant.
On my way. Be right back.
Thanks. You rock.
Be careful.
Okay. No problem.
I want a Wheelix to go for this.
On my way. Attack fire, giant.
Enemy spotted. Be careful. Group up.
He has Magi's, so I can't even really stun him.
Yes.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been
fire giant.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to spawn. It's pretty funny when you kill things too fast in the lamp. You just kind of stand there looking at each other, waiting for it to spawn you back out.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, guess I'll just get going on Rot. I should have finished my starter instead, actually. But whatever.
Group up! Gank! You do not want to make me angry. Just ask Hector.
Was relying on that knockup.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Excuse what?
Fight to the fullest.
Follow me.
Cancel that. Attack the gold
Attack fire giant.
I guess that glitch is still a thing. Cannot beat the Wheelix pull.
I'll attack the Gold Fury.
Rod has more overall damage, but I could have just finished this straight away. So, like in the moment, this would have been more than what I just have. Like these two items give me no power, but I could have finished something I did. Wheelix. High raise. Are we gonna fix that anytime soon? I kind of beats it. At least if you can beats it, don't take my beats away. But now I also don't have beats, and I still died for it. So now it's just shit on shit.
Middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Okay.
I am sorry. Yes.
Damn. Yoinked right in front of my eyes. Yeah, but even if you did that in Smite 1, you still wouldn't get pulled, you know? It would just stop you mid-air. So, I don't know, it was a bit late on my part, but still. But yeah,
Enemy spotted.
it is what it is.
Completed.
I feel like I keep thinking we're going in, but then we're not.
Retreat. Attack right lane.
Because we just full retreated when I went in there.
Double kill. Okay.
My bad,
killing
I
spree.
guess. That's unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack.
That's so unfortunate timing.
At last.
Your left tower is under attack. Group up. Attack fire. Fight to the fullest. Attack. Retreat. Thanks.
Yes.
Let's get some more power, some wards, and group with the team. Guess I'll just run manually. Save the TP. It looked pretty funny.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Hello there.
There was no
Your
other
right tower
way.
is under
Enemy
attack.
missing.
Okay. Be right back. On my way.
See, it was a Hecate bait. Saw the Hecate too, but I didn't see the fireballs.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Hello
Be
there.
careful.
Ultimate is ready.
So fast.
Attack red lane.
Fight to the fullest.
Take smart. Banner.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Holy moly.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Did not see Thor there.
Thanks.
I need to be way more careful with my positioning here. What the fuck did I buy? Whatever. I'll just go to Divine Rune at this point. Either Divine or maybe even Soul Gem. For a bit of everything.
I'll defend.
Okay.
Take smart. Manipulate.
An enemy has been slain.
At last.
An ally has been slain. You have been
That's the worst time to... I'm just positioning so bad. I'm just positioning myself so badly for these fights. It's actually insane. And somehow a Relix always ends up being the reason why I end up dying. I'm just not getting anything off in time. Like right there was just so badly by me. That was absolutely terrible by me.
ultimate is ready.
No, I think Chronos Pendant is a bit overkill.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
No, survive tower. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Guess I'll take this. I definitely should have gone Blink this game, I think. It's too hard for me, or rather, it's very easy for me to force like escape abilities on them, but I can't trace after them afterwards. That's my main problem. Like Neith, so many times by now I found her and she blanked backflips and I can't chase after her. Like that's, if I had Blink, I could have done that. To get away from my Wheelix, my beats won't help. She's still gonna kill me with her damage. Blink would have helped.
Gank, gank. Time for a well-earned rest. Enemy ultimate incoming.
An enemy has been slain.
Incoming.
Enemy spotted. Attack middle lane, middle tower. Chase the enemy.
I'm not fast enough for this shit. She fucked up. And I can chase.
Retreat.
Your left tower is under attack.
Completed.
An ally has been slain.
I fucking knew you were still there.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why people are lazy backing. I'm literally telling them they're there. That happened just twice now. First Athena, now Achilles. I mean, I died myself, but I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect the Thorwald. Survive! Oh, big? Okay, never mind. Fucking shields galore.
Your Titan is under attack.
That's so unfortunate, man. I'm so sad we fucking lost this game. But at the same time, I played terrible in like 3 team fights in a row.
Defeat.
It's not my day. It's really not my day. I mean, I didn't play terrible, but like it's more like I could have done a lot better than I did with the lead that we had. Yeah, but I mean, I definitely wouldn't be saying I was doing a whole lot this game. Like in the last 3 team fights, I tried to look for things, but I ended up just being in a bad position and then dying for it. That's not really me doing everything, I think. That was just me being like, I feel it's just me being realistic and saying that I made a mistake there. It's always a bit harder playing mages in a game like this, because I wanted to follow our jungler as he was going in, but I'm a slow mobility mage. And someone just randomly pops up out of nowhere and then fucks me instead. In this case, it was mostly the Awilix. And I was looking for her for the majority of these fights, but it was always like, okay, fine, I can't find her, I'm going away, and then she pops up. Type of stuff. Like, we just threw this game at the firefight. Somehow we didn't get Fire Giant, we didn't get any kills out of it, and it just all went to shit. And in that fight, I just kind of got caught by a Wheelix. Once again, she found me somewhere behind a wall, she pulled me, and that was it. My point being, I don't think I'm being harsh on myself. I'm simply saying that I could have done a lot more than I did in these games, or in these fights specifically. The laning phase I played great. Like, there's nothing there. I'm just more looking at the negatives, like what could I have done better this game. This is fucking rough though. Like, I'm on a huge fucking losing streak. I literally said this last night. Every time I get to my quote unquote goal in these rank games, I get a huge losing streak and I can't win. Like, just like the Anubis game here, I think I played pretty well in the Artemis game too. But whatever. It's gonna be my last game either way. I don't really have time for more. Dodge a match and queue after Nika is in. It was. Did Nika get a queue? I don't really have time to wait, so I'll just get in. Like, I obviously prefer to be in the bigger queue, but like, it doesn't matter that much. It's not like the other queues are necessarily bad either. I just can't believe how badly it's gone today in terms of winning. This game should have been a 1. But everyone was pissed and didn't want to team play. And it's just been downhill from there. These 2 games were last night, I think. Yeah, they were. This one should also have been a win, to be honest. But this one was just... I was in a really bad server. This is one of the worst servers I feel like I've had, and I could barely even hit an auto in this game. And that heavily affected my laning phase. But whatever. Oh. I'm not really sure what to play in solo, but Vexel, if you're still here, I will do it next game, because at this point I don't even care if I win or lose. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. If Vexel is here, I will play Jamoja. One of my least played gods. It was a fun game for sure. It was. I mostly had fun in the laning phase with the skirmishes between me and Nika there. Casuals are definitely a bit of a mix-up in terms of skill levels. Sometimes you get new players, like completely new players, and other times you're getting like fucking rank level players. Sometimes I think I get better matches in my casual games than I do in my rank games. I'm just... oh man, I've lost 300 SR today. I was there, man. I reached it. I got into it. I was like 50 above, so I had to lose 3 games in a row to actually get back out. Because I lost 50 for my first loss. Then I had 5,002 SR, meaning I would only lose 2 if I lost again. And then I would have to lose again to actually get thrown out. So it's been terrible. Hello, Benji. Oh no. Don't throw me in support in my last game. You can't do this to me. I mean, support would be easier to carry with, I think, than if I was jungle. But that's because I'm shit jungle. Trade with the bitch. I can try, but I don't think he's gonna... I'm guessing he won't. Let's see. He's thinking about it. Actually, no, he's not thinking about it. He's AFK. He's not banning anything. Yeah, you were right. I'll play something that I can potentially carry with in this one, because I don't know any of these boys. Might be a good old Hades. I'll go back to the teamfight monster he is. Sulka Bracken is kind of rough if I want to go Hades, to be honest.
Select your god.
I mean, we can check. Well, it's not Nika. Nika's in the game. He is playing Bracken though. I'll do Hades. I need to win. I need to end on a win, man. I need my mental backup. If I lose my last game, I'm gonna be depressed. Hades main? Not really. I played a lot of Hades in Smite 2 though. I wouldn't call myself a Hades main. It also depends on what you define by main. Because I don't really necessarily have a main. Like, I variety play a lot. I play a bunch of different stuff. Because I don't like playing the same stuff over and over again. But Hades is one of my most played gods in Smite 2. Mordred is my most played god, then Hades. It's either Chuck or Hades second. Yeah, I don't really have a main per se. Variety is my main.
Hades.
If I have a main, it's Vamana. But Vamana obviously isn't out yet. I tend to refer to them as go-to picks. Something that I will just play in any scenario, as just like a go-to. But it's also just the point, there's so many gods in Smite that I can't have a main, man. I just don't like playing the same thing too much. like for after playing Smite for what, like 10 years plus, I had no more than 3k max on a single character, worshippers. But I almost had everyone mastered, you know? Like I just played almost every god in the game. But never won specifically that much. I just had so many. I like just playing different stuff. I do have gods that I don't just refuse to play though. Yemoja is one of them. But I have made a deal with Vexel, and I keep kind of breaking it because I said I'm gonna do it next stream, and I said like 4 streams ago. Even though Vexel has shown up, but now that I did mention it here, I was gonna pick it no matter what if he was here, because I'm starting to feel bad since I did promise it. I would like to keep my promises, and I've kind of broken it by now. Yeah, you do need muscle memory to get good at stuff. I do have a few. Like, the best one generally, or like my best ones, is Apollo and Vamana. Like, those two were just gods that I felt like I could always perform on no matter what happened. And that's probably still the case. Like, when I think about them, I can still easily think about how I play them in my mind, if that makes any sense. Like, I still feel like I would just play them as if I knew them, normally, once they come out in Smite 2. Depending on the changes they have, or like, +1s. I imagine that I'll be able to play them pretty well. But Vexel, damn it, man, now you're here? I just said in this picks and bans, if you're here, I will pick your mojo right now. But then you didn't answer. And now I'm gonna do it if you're here. I don't want to do it if you're not here. So this was the chance. This is my last game. I was like, I'm gonna do it if you're here. I will do it. I will do it. But I do need you to be here. Otherwise, I'm just gonna make a fool of myself. For no one. Same with Merlin Scylla. One of being the best. Because with Scylla I can miss. Yeah. Yeah, Scylla is that high risk, high reward kind of god. But yeah, we're getting Merlin next. So I imagine you're excited for that. It doesn't really matter to me. I never felt like I liked Merlin that much. Even if, in terms of mages. Like, all my favorite mages I feel like kind of here. Like Ra Vulcan, basically. I despise playing Hades in Smite 1, but like the +1s and just how he feels is
Minions have spawned.
just much better.
Help. Thanks.
I haven't seen anyone start on red in a long ass time. That's interesting. I might miss a creep, because I had to do an extra auto. We save.
You're magical.
Double kill.
Okay.
Damn, go team. This is the one.
Enemy missing middle.
Okay.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm just gonna blink it. Fuck it.
Careful.
I don't want to risk dying here in this matchup. Because I'll win it later. But right now he might have some wave clear because he can just hit me and group up the wave and I can't really do the same.
Be careful left.
Attack left lane.
He's a bit too tanky for now. If I hit 5 though, like once we hit 5, I do have the advantage, because his ult won't help when I ult.
Enemy missing.
I'm not sure he's taking these things yet. Of course that would be babysitting. Should have expected that. Dude, you should get the fuck out. Why are you here? Oh my god. That was a terrible idea. I do have a bad feeling about Susano if he starts on red in the first place. He might not be that good or has an understanding of the meta.
Your right tower is under attack.
Sure, just gone to blue. I didn't want to miss the wave, but... Now I'm officially behind.
Okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ah, interesting. He just went hog.
Ultimate is ready. Attack middle lane.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Well.
That was way too close. I was so sure I was dead there. I think he's got pots. Yeah, he's got chalice, so I'm just gonna back.
On my way.
Attack right lane.
Thanks. See ya.
On my way.
And I got baited by the Susano gank. Why is he behind me? The fuck, man? They have to be a duo queue. That's so weird. I do not know who the nemesis is, though. Alright, I'm gonna chill the fuck out in my lane now, I can tell you that much. I'm so behind now. Oh shit. Well, this should be a dead Agni.
Attack. Attack.
Enemy spotted. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in the middle.
An enemy has been slain.
Lost the full wave just to chase the Agni. Great.
Be right back.
Behind
Enemies
us.
behind us. You're next.
You exceed my calculations.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemies incoming.
Enemy missing left.
An ally has been slain.
Okay.
Get the blue buff at least, so that's something. Yeah, I know Romeo, but I don't know if he used to dual queues with someone. And I feel like I've heard Monty before.
Your left tower is under attack.
It does ring a bell.
Enemy missing middle.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's a support Acne, I just realized. No wonder he was here.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful right.
An
Be
enemy
careful
has
right.
been slain. An ally has been slain.
I'm so far behind XP on this.
Killing spree.
Ooh, spellbinding. Thanks.
I'll attack middle lane.
Save yourself.
Ultimate is ready.
On my way. Killing spree. Your seed is mine.
Oh, of course. Why wouldn't you have it? Oh, okay, man. She still had blink up! Why are we going so deep for her when she still has blink up then? Alright. It's over, boys. I am playing it fully selfish. No more helping. Fully solo farming. Only rotating if I think I get something out of it. I've been playing too much competitively lately. In the tournament. I'm expecting too much. It's on me.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Selfish time incoming.
On my way.
Can't play like that? We'll see. Maybe. Fucking Kabrak and Mr. Camille bullshit. Hades has definitely gone... He's gone down a bit in priority after Sopik and Kabrakan has become top solos. Because he just cannot deal with them early on. Well, actually, cancel that. He can deal with it early on. Until they finish like 2 items, then good fucking luck. You do not have enough damage to kill them now. Have fun.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing right.
Attack middle lane.
Enemies incoming middle.
Shut down.
Proxy. Who the fuck Proxy is in this life?
Be careful left. Enemy missing right. Your middle tower is under attack.
The enemy
team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Save yourself! Enemy ultimate incoming!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Not sure what I was expecting, but we got a blink at least. It's more than I could hope for.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I'll attack them. Attack! Okay.
You're magical.
Just waiting for my fucking cooldowns. I don't mind him getting the kill either. I think the bitch can do more with that kill right now than I can. And I'll be there for late game either way as Hades, so. We'll be playing Mob Classic. I don't think so. I feel like my WoW interest is just kind of dwelled over time. I played a bit of the newest expansion, but I feel like it just died on me so fast. I'm just not too interested in playing WoW.
Enemy missing middle. Retreat left lane.
Classic doesn't say me like anything for me either. I just don't really care much for WoW, I think. Online games in general has just lost my interest in recent years. I'm one of the weird ones that still enjoyed retail more. I tried Classic, it's just not for me. But I think there's just an online game problem in general. I just don't feel like playing online games and MMOs anymore. I'm just a solo gamer now. Yeah, I know.
Shut down. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Shut down. The Pyro has arrived. You have slain an enemy.
You're magical.
Considering I knew he didn't have Blink, decided I might as well just try. Yeah, what was that? I mean, I knew he didn't have. They're just ult twice. Now, if you dash during the ultimate, it will extend the ultimate a little bit. It's not really any different than just using your 3 in your ult, but it's more like you're just extending that damage throughout the ultimate itself rather than using your 3 again. Like using the 3 again is just better for more burst if you want to kill something fast. But you can extend the ult a little bit by dashing.
Has been slain.
And that's what I did, because I wanted the tower to kill him and not me, because I know the tower does way more damage to him than I do.
Enemy spotted.
I don't have my ult, I don't even need to rotate. I'm fucking useless if I do anyway.
Has been slain.
Just yoink a tower.
Your team has destroyed a left. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful right.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Retreat right lane.
It's definitely a solo kill I shouldn't have had. But he just ran too close to the tower not having blink.
Enemies at the fire giant. Enemy missing.
Your right tower is under attack.
Attack right lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Don't want to get caught by that.
Time for the fireworks.
He is real tanky. He's not really something I feel like I should spend too much time on. I actually think the Hekate ult is a really cool mechanic. It's very powerful, but I think it's kind of
Or the Gold Fury.
like she's not broken for the simple reason that her kit, like she's just doesn't have any escapability, so she's just a high damaging mage with no mobility. Kind of few of those in Smite. Actually, I'm gonna TP. My ult's back up in 5. I just gotta wait.
An enemy has been slain. Attack the Gold Fury.
This'll make their heads spin.
Set up an ambush here.
Balance the order.
She just stayed on gold. I don't know why we leached it. Sure, just ulted, I guess. I don't know why they. Whatever. I didn't expect them to all in me because they would die for it, which she also did. So I didn't expect it. I could have just ulted and dashed out. Oh, that's good. He should be dead. He's going ham. He's doing it. I almost have brought. I might as well just spend gold on that. Oof. A lot of damage. Susano's still running around with no HP. That's so funny. I'm TPing there. Fuck it. I think Susano's dead. No.
Shut down.
He actually just yoinked my kill like that?
Enemy missing.
Ain't no way he yoinked my kill like that. That's so much longer than my ult. I didn't expect that. I don't know why he came back though. I even dashed, but his dash just went so much further than mine. My bad, Agni. I underestimated the range of your dash.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
I just did all our buffs. Tragic.
Ward the Gold Fury. Enemies of the Gold Fury.
Are they actually though? Oh shit, they are.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Rock.
I am truly enchanting.
On my way.
We should fight this. They're going so deep for this.
Killing spree.
Attack. Enemy
They'll probably have a ward on me here, but I'm hoping that I can still make it
Your
in time.
left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids.
There's no running from me.
My ult didn't go off because of the silence.
The guilty always fall.
An ally has been slain.
Probably fine.
defend.
It was only Agni too. I probably could have just killed him.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire gun.
There's no running from me.
Oh, dude, come on, man.
Double kill.
I'm so sad how that all went. Well, on the bright side, at least I didn't get the dagger, but my long ass cooldowns, I feel like I should just go Chronos Pendant.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I can barely play the game because of how long my cooldowns are outside of my ult. Maybe I do Willstone. What is my ult cooldown? 81? No, what? Fuck it. I actually want to try. Let's do Willstone 80s. What do these fights don't give you? They give you 2 extra base stats per stone. So now that I have 4, I have 8. 8 more base stats. So they're nice to have, but unless you actually have quite a lot of them, they don't really make a huge difference. They're just something extra.
Killing spree. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Defend left lane.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
We just aren't ever. Yeah, we're just missing people. So.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh no, he went in. Just stay alive, dude. I can't win today. What's happening? I actually think Susano's been playing pretty well this game. It's just the problem is he's playing Susano, and Susano is absolute dog shit. We reached a point where Nemesis will just do more, no matter what. Just because of the nature of the gods. They also feel very coordinated. Like, are they triple Q? Like, what is that?
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Because that would explain why we're getting super shit on. They do feel very coordinated.
Your Titan is under attack.
I don't have any pen. I should honestly just go obsidian. If only this gave us double farm, we would be right up there for a comeback.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I do think these brood minions were a terrible idea. They're way too tanky when they're fire minions. Like, you know something is wrong if full damage Hades at like 30 minutes into the game cannot one-shot them. Like, what the fuck? What are we doing? That's still up.
Attack left lane. On my way.
I guess I should have just ulted. Okay.
Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Yes, well, do try to enjoy yourself.
That wasn't even on Sol. Like, I can't even give that to her.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
I don't even want to give that to her. That was just so bad by me.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Bragging with dagger. Great. Killing him once is hard enough.
An ally has been slain.
The old gods smiled upon us.
There's definitely some coordination on their team, more than you would see in ranked, between like 3 of their players. Damn, right in the minion wave, just absolutely got a one-shot. The fully blighted minion wave. That's so funny.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I'm just waiting for my ult to be back up. Go in on her! She's on me! She's so separated! Oh, man. I don't know why I literally just went... I should wait until I have my ult and then I dashed in like an idiot. I was just looking for something. Oh, maybe he's gonna fuck up the dagger, let's see. No, we're kind of held if we can kill the minions.
Your Titan is under attack.
I do want to make it clear though, despite how today has been going, I still have had fun. I'm not tilted. I'm a little sad that I'm not winning, because I finally actually made it to deity. Like, in a lot of these games I'm playing fine. I don't think specifically, like sometimes it definitely does happen. I think one of the games today maybe have been the case, where I would blame myself for losing. But like, a lot of these games are not on me. So, yeah. I think I can be harsh on myself, but I generally feel like I am fair. I don't think I'm being unrealistic in my judgment of what happens in my games. And like, I don't want to stop doing it either. Like, I think it helps myself to point out if I did a mistake and what I can do to, you know, not do that next time.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I want to look for him. I'm going for it.
Ward here.
That's all I needed to do. Get a ghoul on her and I kill her. That's worth it. I'll take it.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
When I heard her sound, I could have went in the first time, and it would have been way more safe, but when I heard her say the thing she said, I thought it was a 3. And so I didn't go in, thinking that, I don't want to go in when she said 3. That seems like a terrible idea. It was almost nice, man. That's huge. Dude, this is a huge fight. If we can defend, like, this is good. This is really, really, really good. I think he knew I was there. There's also just the fact that Hades has a very loud dash.
No problem.
You can't even say but. Dude, come on, Hyres! Susano is but. Why can't I say that? I'm even trying to be nice. Huge.
I'll defend left lane.
Warhorn is not up. Otherwise I was gonna take that first. I did all I could have. I did so much damage there. I got fire. I did my job. I hope my team can pick this one back up. Bit deep.
attack right lane.
Oh, huge. The bitch, my goat. He's, yo, my goat, chill. Oh, he's dagger. He's still my goat. And Artemis doesn't have it's non-aspect, or it is aspect rather, so he doesn't have the cripple. Nice. Ooh, that's actually huge damage. Alright. My team, just my whole team of the goats. Look at that. They might be able to end. If they get a single pick more, they can end. My curse is broken. Alright, my curse is broken, boys. Oh, okay, maybe it's not. Maybe I jinxed it. Boys, what's happening? Get out of the fucking throne room if you're not ending. Oh. Suppose I'll just grab this. Well, I fucked up. Whoops.
Save yourself.
It's fine. It was a zoning ult, guys. Don't worry about it. Does everyone pretty much everyone buy Blink? I think everyone can, but it's definitely more of a must on some gods. Like on Hades, in higher levels, it becomes very predictable when Hades is going to go in, and it's very easy to CC him when he does. So having Blink as a second option to close the distance is very good.
An ally has been slain. Be careful. On my way. Attack middle lane.
On my way.
Chase the enemy.
Ultimate is ready.
Chase the enemy. Slain an enemy. Shut down.
The old god smiled upon us.
Yes, well, do try to enjoy yourself.
I just can't die here.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Let me take this nail.
Dude, that's just... No fucking way, man. At least Cupid is back up. Fuck me. Everything is just up right now. I was just waiting, trying to really bait for those... Oh no, you did not go in.
Has been slain. Deicide. Your titan is under attack.
Dude. Oh! No! Dude, Cupid! I don't believe you did that! There's no way he went in! Ah, it was a win! I felt it! There's no way he went in there. I'm pressing a play gun. That is the most unsatisfying game I've ever played in my entire life. You had one job, man. Stay the fuck alive. They can't end the game. We get everyone back up. We group back up. Fuck. I'm so sad about that. I'm also even more sad that I needed just a few seconds for my ult and my blink to be back up. Because I could have just turned on them then. Know what time it is? Yes, it is. And at this point, I don't even care. I'm on a seven game losing streak. If I'm not winning on Jamoja, or like fucking Hades, or Cabrakan, or Motrid, or whatever the fuck, I'm not winning on anything. So whatever. I'm playing Now I'm tilted. Now I'm fucking tilted. Don't be tilted. It's too much to ask after that game. I'm gonna go play Reaper or some shit with some friends after this. Have a great time. All right.
Select your god.
There you go, Vexel. Just for you, buddy. I believe in myself too. I will definitely win this game, Ashimoja. I very much know how to play this game. And this god specifically. I'm so good at this god because I play her so much. She's definitely not my least played god in the entire game of all time. Gotta show me up. Dude, I'm not even sure how I know this. I don't even know if I know how this god works. Don't put me into Ra. Don't do this to me. Of all things. I don't even know how this god works. I do feel like though Cabrakan has been a kind of a reoccurring problem in my games. Not even the player, just the walls. The walls and the ult, and he just runs people down. Because the best ADCs at the moment, like Artemis and Cupid, they can't get out. So if you have a team that is good at following up on all that stuff, like you just can't do anything. I don't even have a skin. This is definitely a loss. In all seriousness, though, I do think we have a chance here, but they have a really scary comp. They're gonna have 2 bots ultimates in this game. And I'm playing Yemoja, who does not have a CC immune ultimate. So that's great. That is very, very cool. Can't believe I have to go beats. I mean, I don't know who anyone is. Maybe I have a chance. I know everyone on my team. Well, 4 of them at least. 3 of them, rather. I believe in Senor Ganador. He's my goat. Yeah, Nate. A long time ago, I promised to play one Yemoja game for Mr. Rexel. And here it is. Wait, are you in this game, Nate? Surely not, right? I mean, I guess it's a warrior's angle. Yeah, this feels right. This is gonna be great. So Nate is in this game, huh? Are you? I'm scared. Is that because you're against me? That's definitely it. Bye, Nate. Good luck.
That's not right.
Yeah, our comp is actually kind of shit, I'm not gonna lie. We have so little damage in our team comp. Because we have Baron mid as well. At least they don't have a traditional mage either. In Morrigan, so no one actually has like big mage burst, really. Though they do have Raw, but... Actually, never mind, yeah, it's Raw. Well, shit, I'll take everything back. I am against Achilles.
Thanks.
Your right tower is under attack.
Is he soloing the blue? He must have. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's very good for me.
Careful there, go hit 2.
Look at the zoning power. It's crazy. Hey Kami, thank you so much for the raid, man. Hope you had a nice stream.
Onslaught into the breach.
Elegant and dangerous.
Surely I can catch him.
Completed.
Blink down Morgan.
Be careful, enemy missing. First, I was supposed to be.
Drop.
Look at that. Maybe emoji was what I needed all along. He's still level 1. I do feel bad. I've been summoning this guy to oblivion.
Enemy missing.
Be still.
No! I missed. Damn, he hit level 2. Achilles is kind of an annoying matchup, to be honest, because it's so easy for him to get out of my stuns with his 3. It's gonna be a bit annoying. Though I could definitely have made something worse. At least I'm against a melee character. I do appreciate that. I think that's easy for you, Mojo.
An enemy has been slain.
Good part is he actually, you know what? I'll take it back. He can't get on my ult, so that's actually kind of a nice matchup for me. Could be a lot worse.
Ally has been slain.
Laying down Humbet.
Be still.
Watch yourself. Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful.
Ultimate is ready. Behold! Enemy missing.
I've got blink ult.
Yeah. Good job, Emojo.
Didn't expect Ram.
Enemy missing middle. Yes.
That really sucks. Ra was just already there. What? Just finish this. I did miss a bit too much stuff there too, but it is, as I mentioned before, pretty hard to hit Achilles when he's just dashing around. It's kind of hard to land. My slow as abilities. No, oh, my blue buff. I need this. I need this so badly on this on your Mojo.
Stay alert.
What's going on here, Mojo? You're beating Echoes.
Do not worry. Enemies in left lane.
Was that the fucking support?
Get to me, Danza.
Why is everyone here? Go away!
Enemy missing. Be careful, right?
An enemy has been slain.
What's happening? Leave me alone.
Enemies in left lane.
Still got ult and Stampede. Just go for the tower.
Your left tower is
Well, they're taking advantage of it in right, so it's fine, but it's just annoying. Report your ADC. Is he being
He goes in, I'm ulting him. Unfortunate.
your left tower is under attack. On my way. Once more into the breach.
Be still.
An enemy has been slain.
Did he take my shit? Didn't get that one time.
Is it enemy dash down?
Mori is mid now.
An enemy has been slain.
I mean,
Enemy missing.
Okay.
Ult in 15, Stampede in 20. You can try
Sorry.
and fight us.
I mean, this is just nasty, isn't it? This is just
Coming.
kind of disgusting,
Oh
to be
no,
honest.
don't
with you.
fight. Never mind. My bad.
We're really this afraid of your Mojo, huh? Come on.
On my way.
Your left
Morgan's
tower
coming.
is under attack.
Oh bro, I hate Mori. Fuck this bitch.
Slain an enemy.
Nice.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay.
Thank you. Your middle tower is under attack.
Mori ult down.
Careful on the right, Danza. They've all just left.
Your structures seem prone to rusting away. Not as fine as it looks. Be still.
You get to me, Em?
Oh, I'm so tired of this. So fucking tired of this. Why am I dying for this every time? The chill is settling in. I might let the darkness embrace me. Very soon. I can't believe he got away too. Like, there's no way he gets away when Gip's rolling in. He's still fucking dead.
Killing spree completed.
Want to fight? Go in. I'm coming.
Fuck it, I'll just do this.
Enemy missing left.
Has arrived. An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left.
Be careful. Retreat completed.
Imagine he's just in his blue and not TPing. Yeah, he was.
Stay alert.
An enemy has been slain.
Morgan all down.
Yeah. I mean, why is Isa here? What the fuck?
Because she gets sold every time she goes to lane.
Yeah, maybe.
Look for gold soon. Oracles have just spawned.
Enemies in left lane.
Enemies in right lane. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Come gold, come gold.
Yeah, I'm coming. Coming. Going.
Slain an enemy. Shut down.
Does this heal me?
Your right
No, it does not.
tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Why does my 2 heal me, man? That's some bullshit. What's the point of having a heal if you can't use it on yourself? Emoji's ass.
Double kill.
Good trouble. Gap, be careful. Follow me.
Rampage.
That is wild he went for those.
Not as soft as it looks. Not as soft as it looks.
Never mind. It was good.
The tide calls.
If we look for gold, I've got a sentry for it.
There's 2 people in left. You might
More is me.
Not as soft as it looks.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Yep.
Stay alert.
Set up an ambush. Here.
Can I need you?
On my way. Be careful.
Gank. You have slain an enemy.
We just pull gold now.
Go, yeah, let's go.
Ultimate is down.
Plus, you mojo jungle with
Let's
the
go.
damage aspect could be interesting. I think there's potential for that. But it really does depend on what they're like, what we're referring to when we're saying damage.
An enemy has been slain.
Let's go. I mean, Iza's trolling, right?
Yeah, probably.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I like this one.
No, Nate. Maxwell, he's just saying it because he's against me, and he wants to turn into Yamoja. I ain't doing that shit. You're on my turf now, Nate. We're doing this my way. The weirdest part about Yamoja's kit is that she does have a damage steroid in her one. That's why this even works. Like, some gods just have random damage steroids in their kits that I feel they just don't ever need, or it doesn't matter if they're in their kits, but then you can do shit like this.
Baron, can you please clear the wave?
Enemy missing left.
It's perfect, Vives, right? No words can explain this build.
Kill, right? Nice drop. I'm coming. Careful, Andrew. Follow me, follow me. Attack.
You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Rampage. Shut down.
Stay alert.
Can we just pull Pyro, Fen, or Yamoja?
Get mid tower first.
Red's in free.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Not as soft as it looks.
An enemy has been slain.
Stay alert.
Okay.
It's not really worth it anymore. Fuck it.
Stay alert. Not as soft as it looks.
Lul. GG.
GG.
Yeah, I think the Isa would just
Victory.
started trolling a bit, but for now, honestly, I'll take it. The winning streak rather, has been losing streak. Jesus Christ, I can't even speak anymore. The losing streak has ended. No more curse. Yeah, I'll report Isa. Like, what was it? Just for, like, was she feeding, or was it just AFK in the end? I guess it doesn't matter a whole lot. You will now lose again. I'm prepared. At least I got this one win. No, but like legit. Today, VVS has been terrible. It's been fucking rough today. I started here. No, actually, did I? What did I start? I think I started here. Yes, this was my first game today. Look at my tracker. Fair enough. I'm not sure I'm prepared to look at it. Like score-wise, some of these do look like it was on me, right? But it really wasn't in so many of these. The Artemis game I kind of played like shit. I'll admit. In Anubis game, I did not play like shit. We did have Asta, so you know that was a bit there. But I also against Nika, you know, like this one was a gigantic throw. This was in our fucking hands. Anyway, enough. Turns out all I needed was Yamoja. Even if it was an enemy trolling. Killed Baron with Yam, nice man. That was kind of a good, like, Yamoja damage game. Because no one could really just get out. It was just a really good ult to have here. Anyway. That's gonna be it. The dog's hungry, he needs to get out. All that stuff. But I really appreciate you guys stopping by as usual. Let's see. I'll find someone to raid as well. But I'll see you guys next time. Bye.